And we are live. Hope everyone is doing well today. There's a lot going on. Very, very busy week. We see coronavirus is raging. We saw that on Friday, the U.S. set a record of about 69,000 new cases. We see states like Florida are setting records pretty much every day. So there's a lot going on. On tonight's show, we're going to be joined shortly by economist and author Dr. Julianne Malveaux. Dr. Julianne Malveaux, you see her on MSNBC, CNN, you see her on Roland Martin Unfiltered, and I've interviewed her before right here on 9:10 a.m. the Superstation as well. So we're going to be joined by Dr. Julianne Malveaux, who is featured in the upcoming documentary called Hapi. Hapi, the role of economics on the development of civilization, the role of economics on the development of civilization. And you know, I interviewed about 3 weeks ago Dr. Leonard Jeffries, one of my teachers, and Professor James Small, another one of my teachers as well. They're featured in this documentary from director Taiki Grant. So we're going to talk with Dr. Julianne Malveaux about the film, and then also we'll talk to her some about the state of economics for African Americans as well. Okay, so you don't want to miss that conversation. Now, this past week, we know that Blackout Day took place, and Blackout Day was designed this past Tuesday. Blackout Day was designed to have African Americans not spend money outside of their community, only spend money with African American owned businesses, etc., to send a clear message about the power of the African American dollar. And News1.com had an article about this, and also the Griot as well. And the Griot had a follow-up article dealing with how African American owned businesses saw an increase in the support of their businesses on Blackout Day, okay, Blackout Tuesday. So we'll discuss that a little bit. Then also U.S. sets a coronavirus update. U.S. sets record for new COVID cases at 69,000 in one day. And then also we saw that Florida had 15,300 new cases in a single day. Also, that was on Saturday. If I remember correctly here, it was on Saturday, 15,300 new cases for the state of Florida. And all this ties into the mishandling of the coronavirus tied to the economy by one incompetent person, Donald John Trump. And speaking of Donald John Trump, this past Friday, Trump gave a commutation to convicted felon Roger Stone, who is a sycophant crony and former campaign advisor of Donald Trump. Trump commutes Roger Stone's prison sentence after he was convicted of covering up for the president. And this ties into the Russian investigation that Donald Trump calls a hoax and a witch hunt, but Robert Mueller found a lot of witches in the witch hunt, if it was a witch hunt. No, it wasn't a witch hunt, they're just following the evidence. We'll talk a little bit about that, because attorney Kristen Clark posted on her Twitter page about this, and she talked about how Khalif Browder was a minor, and Khalif Browder did 3 years in Rikers Island for a crime apparently he did not commit, but he was at Rikers awaiting trial because his family did not have, it was approximately $1,000 they had to put up for bail. He came from an impoverished background. And here you have a convicted felon who gets a commutation from the president. But a lot of people are saying, well, Donald Trump, Roger Stone has a lot of information on Donald Trump and WikiLeaks. And Trump doesn't want Roger Stone spilling the beans on what he knows. So you're going to hear more about that. We'll talk some about that. We're still waiting on Donald Trump and the Trump administration to come out with a coherent strategy to address Russia putting a bounty on American soldiers. You notice how they're trying to distract from that, how the Trump administration is trying to distract from that. Still, no retaliation. Still, not even a statement telling Vladimir Putin to stop that. Don't do that. Cut that out. We're not going to tolerate that. They're going harder after whoever leaked the information than they are going after Vladimir Putin. So you just have to sit back and I've told you before, this is the traitor in chief. I told you before, Donald Trump is the first Russian president of the United States. People thought I was playing when I said that. No, I wasn't playing. I was telling the truth. Problem is, a lot of people don't want to deal with the truth. Okay? It's just like there was an article, and we have this, I'm going to pull this article up here. There was a 30-year-old who died of coronavirus. Okay? And he attended this coronavirus party. He thought coronavirus was a hoax. Wonder where he got that nonsense from. And he ended up dying of coronavirus. And his last words or something to the effect was, "This is not a hoax." You know, where did he get nonsense like that from? Oh, coronavirus is a hoax. Oh, these people are just dying of, what are they done? Nothing? I mean, so you sit back and you look at this nonsense that's taking place, and some of these people are following Donald Trump. Donald Trump gets a test about pretty much every day. Coronavirus tests. We just saw he just wore a mask in public for the first time. That let the media film him wearing a mask. He said he was never against wearing masks. You just have to wear it appropriately. That's not what he always said dealing with masks. But the heat is on, and he went to a hospital, and he wore a mask because it's the right thing to do. It's the responsible thing to do. Now we'll see if he continues to do that. I doubt it. Now I think he should have really done a public service and wore the mask over his entire face, but that's just me. I'm biased. So, also, speaking of bias, all the debate going on over the Confederate monuments that are monuments to traitors to the Union. I saw a video from Vox.com, a really good video. Actually, one of my friends, Dr. Darrell Scott, history professor at Howard University, he posted this video. I shared it on my Facebook pages. This video succinctly deals with how Southern Socialites rewrote Civil War history. How Southern Socialites rewrote Civil War history. And it specifically deals with the Daughters of the Confederacy. The Daughters of the Confederacy, and how they rewrote the history of the Civil War and promoted this whole myth of the lost cause. Okay, the lost cause. We're going to get into that because that directly ties into the debates over Civil War monuments. And these, we have to be clear, these are monuments to traitors to the Union. They took up arms against the Union and committed treason. Okay, and so every Civil War monument, every school named after a quote-unquote Civil War hero, all the statues and the monuments need to be taken down, and they should be put into museums. All those schools need to be renamed. And even though Cass Technical High School is not named after someone who fought in the Civil War, Lewis Cass, it should be renamed as well. We dealt with that last week. Lewis Cass was not just a slave owner, but he supported the institution of slavery. He was the Secretary of War for a white supremacist president named President Andrew Jackson, who did support slavery. And not only that, Lewis Cass helped to carry out the Indian Removal Act of 1830, which pushed the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Cherokee, and Seminole Indians off their land in southeastern United States and forced them over 1,000 miles on what is known as the Trail of Tears. And they all go into Oklahoma, and they take their African slaves with them as well. That's Lewis Cass, who Cass Technical High School is named after. So, even though he didn't commit treason against the U.S., he helped to facilitate the oppression of our ancestors. So why would we have an institution that is supposed to be dedicated to African American excellence? Why would we have that named after a white supremacist who worked against African American excellence and worked to oppress our ancestors? People who are free, who respect themselves and respect their ancestors, don't name their institutions after their oppressors. So go and listen to last week's show, because I went deep into it. Okay, as I should. And then I'm a graduate of Cass Technical High School, so I can talk, and people don't like me talking about it. You know what? I really don't give a damn. I told you that before. Anybody got a problem? Oh, you can contact me directly. We can debate. I'll debate this with anybody. I don't care. I'll debate this with anybody. So, we'll talk some about the lost cause and how Southern Socialites rewrote the history of the Civil War and promoted the lost cause. And then July 4th, 1910, African-American boxer Jack Johnson beat Jim Jeffries, nicknamed the Great White Hope, in a highly publicized interracial heavyweight title match fought in Reno, Nevada, before 20,000 spectators. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about that as well. And Jack Johnson, I saw some articles dealing with Jack Johnson. So he was Jack Johnson also ties into the series on Netflix, Self-Made, about Madam C.J. Walker, loosely based on the book that Lilia Bundles wrote, one of her descendants. Because there's a scene in the movie that takes place in about 1910, and they are talking about Jack Johnson winning the heavyweight title, and they're talking about the lynchings that took place. Okay, and that's a very, very important piece of history, because they're talking about the lynchings that took place after Jack Johnson beat Jim Jeffries, and the lynchings were used as a tool to terrorize African Americans and to try to keep us in our place. Okay, because we were ecstatic when he beat Jim Jeffries. African Americans went crazy, just like when the Brown Bomber Joe Louis used to beat white boxers. Okay, you know, they put the whole race on their shoulders, and that uplifted the whole race when we saw things like that take place. All right, so we'll discuss that also. And we should be broadcasting on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and on our YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP, and also on 9:10 a.m. the Superstation's Facebook fan page as well. All right. So we have a lot to discuss, and we have Dr. Julian Malvo coming up at the bottom of the hour as well. Now, on the African History Network, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world, because right knowledge corrects wrong behavior. What you do for yourself, what you do to yourself, and what you allow other people to do to you and get away with is based upon what you think about yourself. What you think about yourself is based upon what you have been taught about yourself. What you've been taught about yourself is based upon everything you've read, heard, and seen about yourself. So when you control of a man's thoughts, you can control the circumference of his actions. because the mind can't do or teach what it doesn't know. Now, we deal with a number of different topics here on the show. We deal with current events in history and politics, education, economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, relationships, love, sex, health issues, and much, much more. Sign up for our email newsletter. Text the word KEMET, K-E-M-E-T, to 22828 to sign up for our email newsletter. Text the word KEMET, K-E-M-E-T, to 22828 to sign up for our email newsletter. Also, visit our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. You can sign up for our email newsletter there, right on the homepage at AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. All right. So follow us on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. And my YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, I-M-H-O-T-E-P. Turn on notifications there also so you know when we go live. And you can donate to the African History Network, $, the AHN Show through Cash App, $, the AHN Show through Cash App, and also through PayPal, paypal.me/the AHN Show, or at our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. Okay, we're coming up on a commercial break. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll be joined by economist Dr. Julian Malvo in a few minutes. You listen to the African History Network show right here on 910 AM Superstation, the Future Radio. I'm Michael Imhotep. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right. Stand by, everybody. How's everybody doing? Stand by. We're on commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We have Dr. Julian Malvo coming up in a few minutes here. Hope everybody's doing well. We have a lot to talk about tonight. I've been very busy working, so I can't broadcast as much as I want to. All right, let's see here. Let's pull this up. Just give me a second. I have to get ready for this next segment. All right, so got that. Stand by, everybody. Okay, we've got Chastity, Georgette, Leroy. There's a few of the people watching us on Facebook. Stand by, we'll be back in a minute. Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 910 AM Superstation, the Future Radio. I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. It is Sunday, July 12, 2020, and we are live. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Okay, we have Dr. Julian Malvo coming up in a few minutes here. And JT, stand by. I'm going to email you some information in just a minute here. Okay, we'll bring on, let me see here, let's see here. I'll bring on a couple minutes here. Just 1 second. Okay, so Dr. Julian Malvo has long been recognized for her progressive and insightful observations. She is a labor economist, noted author, and colorful commentator. Dr. Julian Malvo has been described by Dr. Cornel West as the most iconoclastic public intellectual in the country. Her contributions to the public dialogue on issues such as race, culture, gender, and their economic impacts are shaping public opinion in 21st century America. Dr. Julian Malvo's popular writing has appeared in USA Today, Black Issues in Higher Education, Miss Magazine, Essence Magazine, and The Progressive. She's also been on the African History Network show before. Back in 2016, we were promoting the State of the Black World Conference that Dr. Ron Daniels does. And she's fantastic. You see her periodically on Roland Martin Unfiltered. And Roland's a friend of mine. You know, I used to guest host Roland's nationally syndicated radio show, the Roland Martin Show. So that's how, when I was doing my nationally syndicated radio show as well. Dr. Julianne Malveaux has been a contributor to academic life since receiving her PhD in economics from MIT in 1980. She has been on the faculty or visiting faculty in the New School for Social Research, San Francisco State University, the University of California, Berkeley, College of Notre Dame, etc. This sister is, and talk to her. We want to welcome back to the African History Network show our sister, Dr. Julianne Malveaux. How you doing tonight, sister?
I am wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. And keep up the great work.
No problem. Oh, thank you, sister. Thank you. Well, you know, last time I saw you, it was at the African Liberation Day celebration here in Detroit 2 or 3 years ago. And Dr. Ron Daniels was here, things like that. There was like a reparations component. I think Dr. Ray Winbush was the keynote speaker. Yeah, so that was the last time. I saw you. But it's always good to see you and hear from you. And we're going to pump up the volume on our end over here. Okay. All right. So you are in the new documentary Hapi from director Tyke Grant, and I've been interviewing some of the people featured in the documentary, and I definitely wanted to get you on to talk about a few things. But Hapi deals with the role of economics on the development of civilization. Okay. And I saw some of your portion is excellent, but let people know, how did you become involved in this project?
I think that Tyke had seen my work somewhere, and he called me. I kind of out of the blue, I help him I do. So I just said, okay.
Right. Right, exactly. Let's see, let's flip this over here like that. Okay. All right, so what do you think is the current state of affairs for African Americans, especially dealing with economics? Because I know that's your background. Also, before you answer that, let me just let people know, if you are not familiar with Dr. Julian Malvo, if you saw the House of Representatives hearing on reparations, H.R. 40, June 19th, 2019, Dr. Julian Malvo was there and she testified. She was the economist who testified. Okay, so maybe if you're not familiar with her, maybe you remember the sister, okay, who threw down. That's who that is. Okay, go ahead, sister.
The contemporary state of black folks in the economy, or yeah, I guess so. It's bad. I mean, that man in the White House, the house that enslaved people built, he you know, loves to talk about the great economy. And of course, last month we saw the unemployment rate drop by about 1.5 points, which is highly unusual, but again, not unusual given that coronavirus has affected the pace of business.
Right.
So basically, May, people started bringing people back to work. May and June, people started bringing a few people back to work. But we don't know what's going to happen because several cities have now closed down. But this coronavirus hits black people so much harder than others, black and brown people. So first way it hits us is we are the so-called essential workers.
Right.
Black women, 41% of CNAs, certified nursing assistants, are black women. Another 21% are Latina women. So these women, respectively, in their populations, roughly 6 or 7% of the population, but double or triple that in these occupations. Flip side, black men disproportionately involved in transportation services, bus drivers, etc. I know about the brother in Detroit that the lady just about sat on, and then he died. Mm-hmm. And so we're much more vulnerable. Occupationally, we're much more vulnerable.
Right.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is our health situation is not the same as others is. We have more health challenges, more diabetes, more high blood pressure. I think more COPD as well. But in any case, I know we have more diabetes, high blood pressure. These are indicators to the COVID virus.
Right.
So we're more vulnerable. That's why you're seeing these high numbers of black people diagnosed and dying. And many of us have less health care or no health care. One lady I met, she said that she went to a private hospital to get the thing done. Not because in D.C. you can get them free in some places. But she went somewhere else and they told her it was $900.
$900?
$900. So, the virus hits us because we don't have the health care. We don't have, it's the health care, it's the pre-existing conditions. We're just harder hit. And there's so many other ways that we're hit. And then we have less income.
Mm-hmm.
Average white household has almost $70,000 of income. The average black household, barely 42. So look at that. So that's how we are. The labor force, we have a higher unemployment rate than others do. In fact, the unemployment rate last month was 11.7, and for us it was 18 and change. So it's not the 2-to-1 that we usually experience, but still, that's so much higher for us than it is for others. And, meanwhile, that man runs around talking about the best economy you've ever had.
Uh-huh.
That's just conjecturable, and it's the hoodwinking. It's attempting to hoodwink the American people. So we are not doing well economically. We're slated to lose perhaps as many as 40% of our black-owned businesses.
Mm-hmm. I've seen 45.
I've had access to black folk haven't had access to all these funds that other people have had access to.
Right.
And that becomes a problem as well. So coronavirus has made us worse off, not better off. And there doesn't seem to be any mitigation for it. They weren't even trying to collect the data of who got corona until, vaccine orders, of course, had to get in them. And I said in them, not all, get in them. Until these data needed to be collected. But they don't want to know because, knowledge is power. They don't want to know that our people are more heavily affected.
Right.
Because they have to do something about it.
And what's interesting, two things. Number one, back when you had the coronavirus task force press conferences, when they were meeting basically every day, it was maybe 2.5 months ago, something like that. Surgeon General Jerome Adams talked about how African Americans were disproportionately being impacted by coronavirus. And the question was posed to Trump about it, but he didn't talk about coming up with a solution to it or addressing it. And they haven't addressed it. So it's very interesting because up until maybe this past week, this is like the first time, maybe past 10 days, first time they started having the coronavirus task force press conferences again. But Trump is pretty much declaring victory over coronavirus and that they have it under control. And ignoring how it's disproportionately impacting us. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
In Houston, in Florida, parts of California, and Louisiana, the cases are going up. So how has he controlled it? I mean, he doesn't pay attention. But, Dr. Fauci said he had not had a face-to-face with Trump in about 2 months.
2 months, yep.
And they yanked him. He makes more sense than anybody else.
Right.
Quite frankly.
Right.
He and Dr. Deborah Briggs. But they yanked him off television. They said he can't go on television. He used to want to go on MSNBC or Fox. Not Fox. MSNBC or CNN. They're not letting him on there. So it's because he tells the truth. I mean, when 45 said he had it under control, Fauci said, no, he doesn't. You just put right up just like that. No, he doesn't. Because he doesn't.
Right.
And you're giving people false hope. And you're, for young people and his acolytes, the little Trump acolytes, these people are not wearing masks. They're not, they think this is a lady told me the masks were a communist plot. I said, okay. I just can't deal with you. Then she was up on me in the store, and I asked her kindly, I said, could you please back up Elizabeth, I said, you would have a mask on, and you're less than 6 feet away from me. She said, well, I'll move, but mask on, communist plot. I said, okay.
Well,
okay.
You know, I've said before, like we see on Saturday, Florida shattered its single-day infection record with 15,300 new cases. We know that deaths follow the increase in cases by 2 to 4 weeks. And when we see that about 50% of these new cases are in Arizona, California, Florida, and Texas, you know, people, this is going to be, let me put it like this politely, there's going to be less people to vote for Trump. Let me put it like that, okay? Because when you look at what's taking place, it's like, do you really want to win? I mean, because when I say, now I've been studying coronavirus since January, just so and my listeners know this, because I was looking at what was coming, and I've studied the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918, and I've done an entire presentation on that, and a lot of this stuff is history repeating itself. That killed 675,000 Americans from 1918 to 1920. Okay, 675,000 killed 50 million people worldwide. How do you think the film Hapi, the role of economics on the development of civilization, especially your portion dealing with in the film Hapi, how do you think that ties into and will help African Americans' economic conditions?
First of all, the film opens up with the origins. It opens up with a very long piece about Egypt, about exchange in Egypt.
Right.
I think that's always useful to firmly locate yourself in the past, because a lot of black folks don't understand what we've done.
Correct.
Do not understand what happened in Egypt. So I think that that's uplifting. But then we start talking about things like reparations, and we talk about it's been so long, I forgot. But what else did we talk about?
Entrepreneurship. Anyway, you talk about business, entrepreneurship. I know part of it deals with one thing that I explained, and Dr. Linda Jeffries and Professor James Small are two of my teachers personally. I've known them for years. Our history and culture gives us our VIPs, our values, our interests, and our principles. And this influences our economics and our politics. So we have to have a synthesis of all three. It's not just African history and culture and speaking African languages and playing African drums. It's the economic portion and political portion. And when we study these great African civilizations, whether we talk about ancient Egypt or Kemet, whether we talk about Nubia, whether we talk about Ghana, Songhai, or Mali, they all had an economic foundation. They all controlled land. They could all grow their own food, provide for themselves. They weren't relying on foreigners, Arabs and Chaldeans or whoever, to provide food for them, right? So when we study that, and this is something that Dr. J and Professor James Small teach on, and I as well, we see that represented in the film Hapi. And so you brought an important component to it because you are actually an economist.
Well, people tend to forget economics and our economic history, because black people have always been placed at the periphery of this predatory capitalist economy.
Right.
Repeat that. We've been placed at the periphery of a predatory capitalist economy.
Right.
And so we don't have land. We had more land in 1910 than we do now.
Almost 16 million.
Yeah. We aren't controlling the means of production much. We do have some, but a handful, maybe 10 or 20 large black companies who have, a large workforce. But most black-owned businesses, I think 85 or 90%, are sole proprietorships. Meaning one person.
Right.
So as I said, I think we often forget about it. That was one of the reasons that I was happy to be there, because I will always sit down and talk about economics, and always talk about the way it affects our community. And one of the things that I think is very interesting, I've been very happy to see the Black Lives Matter movement and the work they're doing and the way that they're picking at structure. And what I would say about that is that when you look at economic structure, again, we're often forgotten. And so they are raising the issues. The other set of issues, I have not heard the words white supremacy spoken so many times as I have in the past 2 months.
Right.
You know? And why is that important? Because black people would have more wealth if there were not white supremacy. White people at one point in time, whether you sued, they wanted your land, you got off it. Because the Dred Scott decision said blacks have no rights, their whites are bound to respect.
Mm-hmm.
And so they didn't respect them. So, you know, they have these towns called sundown towns.
Right.
I'm doing some work of research on them, but I think there were probably more than, at least 1,000. And sundown towns that don't let your, you know what, your black, you know what, be in this town after sundown. But the thing about those sundown towns was they may have been integrated before. They became sundown towns because somebody didn't like black people.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody didn't like black people. Next thing you know, we got to get rid of these black people. They're bad influence. They're this, they're that, and that's what happened. And that happened to our people far too many times. I mean, everybody talks about Tulsa, which we should.
Right. Tulsa, Oklahoma. And, where Black Wall Street was.
Wilmington, yes, and then Wilmington, of course.
Right.
And well, but you know, when you look at these sundown towns, black folks would just run out of town. Many of them lost their property, or if they have to pay or buy, you know, accept less than with the market value because they were running out of town and they just had to get something. So this is part of our history and legacy, and this is the economic part that it's painful to talk about. And you know, some of our elders don't want to talk about it because it's painful.
Right.
And we have to make it possible, not only for folks to talk about it, but for us to talk about it.
Exactly.
For us to talk about it. So
yeah, because
what I'm working on now basically does some of that, talks about some of that history.
Oh, you said the book you're working on now, and okay, it's going to be on sundown towns?
No, it's going to be basically black economic history, but there are aspects of the way that white folks just took our stuff.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
You know,
go ahead.
So there are 2 really definitive books on sundown towns, and you know, one of the guys who does the work says when you look at a census, and you see 1 year you have 500 black people, the next year you have 5, you know something happened.
Mm-hmm.
And just like Black Wall Street and just like Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898, there was not a lot of ink spent on these. The newspapers were agents of silence.
Right.
They didn't put this in the headlines. And so many of these sundown towns, the people denied they were ever sundown towns. You know, the signs are gone now. You wouldn't dare have a sign up that says no, you know, ends allowed.
Right, no N-words allowed. Right. Right, exactly. And see this, and you know, I've been doing the African History Network show for 10 years in various formats. I'm a historian. These are some things that I talk about, some of the history I deal with. I have a 2.5-hour lecture dealing with the history of Black Wall Street and the origins of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And the origins of Tulsa also tie into the Indian Removal Act of 1830, signed by President Andrew Jackson. And that ties into the Black Freedmen Indian Treaties of 1866 involving the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Cherokee, and Seminole Indians and those Africans they enslaved as well. Let me ask you this question here. I've seen a couple of articles. USA Today has one and Newsweek.com has one dealing with Representative Sheila Jackson Lee saying because of coronavirus and how it's really exposing racial inequities and things like this and how it's disproportionately negatively impacting African Americans, this may be an opportunity to be able to push H.R. 40 through Congress. Okay, I know you've been working on the reparations initiative for years, you and Dr. Ron Daniels, etc. Where does that stand right now, H.R. 40? Is there any update you can give us?
Sure. Sheila Jackson Lee, of course, inherited the mantle from Congressman, the Detroit brother, John Conyers.
Exactly.
He, of course, had introduced reparations legislation since 1989.
Correct.
And we were able to get the hearing last year. Sheila Jackson Lee hopes that she will have a reparations bill to bring to the House floor this session. That won't do. So I will say that is unlikely to do very much because Mitch McConnell says he won't even hear it in the Senate.
Correct. He said
haven't heard on the Senate side.
Right. Just so people understand, I'm gonna let you continue. Senator Moscow Mitch McConnell controls the Senate. Okay, Republican, and he said reparations is dead on arrival in the Senate. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, so Mitch McConnell, what people should also understand, Congress right now is majority Democratic. They've passed some great legislation, but the only way legislation gets passed is then it has to go to the Senate. And when the Senate marks it up or they have a conference, they come up with a bill that both sides can agree on, and then it goes to the Senate floor. And at that time, it will go to the president, and who has also said he won't find anything regarding reparations.
Correct.
So I'm not saying that it's... But the more we talk about this, and the more we list it, the more general knowledge there is among people, and the more specific knowledge there is among people. So it's a good thing, but nothing is going to happen before the election.
Right, nothing's going to happen before the election. Okay, I saw, and one thing I explain to people is elections have consequences, and this is something that
you're living them now.
Yeah, this is something that a lot of our people don't understand, and it's like, why do you have to wait till the house burns down to realize you should have changed the battery in the smoke detector? We can't always go ahead.
I'm frustrated with the black folks who don't vote. I mean, white folks don't vote. White folks don't vote either. I'm worried about them. But, you know, we do the work with the backbone of this country. We must participate. But I've heard so many specious reasons about black people don't participate. The system one young lady told me, the system was rigged against black people. Well, yeah, but it's going to be even more rigged if you let the wrong person in office. You know, last election, some young people told me they couldn't vote for Hillary because they didn't like her. You don't have to like her.
Exactly.
She didn't come to your house.
Exactly. So what happens is that, you know, I teach on this whole concept I've created called political self-defense. Political self-defense, and political self-defense deals with understanding how laws and policies impact the conditions of African Americans, how to protect ourselves from it, how to defend against it, but also how to push our agendas as well. And what we have to understand, see, we lack, for the most part, like political education and understanding that politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, their adoption, interpretation, and enforcement, and how politics and laws and policies impact every aspect of our life. So a lot of the issues that African American youth or millennials are fighting for, they all deal with politics, but they don't understand the connection.
No, or you know, a lot of people have been turned off by the system. They know the system, you know, is rigged, the system sucks. But the fact is that it's the system we have. Different kind of system, absolutely.
Right.
This is the one we have. We can work to dismantle it or to repurpose it, if you will. But we can't say, oh well, I don't care, because the folks who don't care are some of the folks who need help now.
Right.
I mean, I ask people when they ask me about something, you know, something they perceive has happened to them, or something, did you vote? Did you vote? And I didn't say I would refuse to help someone who didn't vote, but I just want people to remind people that there are consequences to not voting.
Absolutely. And one of the things that's important to understand is that whoever's in office is a fiduciary of dollars. All the policies that are implemented, whether they benefit you or not, are usually somehow paid for by taxpayer dollars. So if you pay taxes Okay? Are you saying, if you pay taxes, are you saying you want somebody else managing your taxpayer dollars, somebody that you did not elect managing your taxpayer dollars? When we look at everything from the economy, so a lot of people during 2016 said we don't need to vote, we just need to do empowerment and invest in the stock market. I said that's good, but you need to vote as well, because whoever's in office impacts the policies that your business operates within. The economy that your business operates within is shaped by the policies by people who are in office. And as you said a few minutes ago, it's expected that 40%, and actually Black Enterprise magazine's reporting up to 45% of African American owned businesses won't survive this coronavirus economy. That deals with policy. That deals with politics. You know, so
the biggest issue from this term, from 45 term this time, has been taxation. Mm-hmm. Because with the tax bill that he passed, he basically gave big business lots of breaks, and most people got very little. That's public policy. How did that tax bill pass? He had the vote.
Right, especially in the Senate.
It is the most critical thing in the world to do. Just start planning now. Vote. If not in November, do the absentee ballot, or vote by mail or something. But we've got to. It's not just about him. Getting rid of him is the first step.
Right.
But basically, our system has been skewed from its outset, and has become more skewed in the past, I'd say, 30 or 48 years, since Ronald Reagan got in office. Mm-hmm. When he started attempting to dismantle government. And that's what they always, conservatives, we want smaller government.
Right.
Which means we don't want to help people on the bottom. They don't deserve help. That's really implicitly what they're saying.
Exactly.
Without understanding the flaws that cause people on the bottom to be on the bottom. People down on the bottom because they want to be on the bottom.
Right.
When you have predatory capitalism, when you have not raised the minimum wage in 10 years, there are going to be some people on the bottom.
Exactly. And all that deals with policies, that deals with politics. Politics impacts every aspect of our life, from the water we drink to the air we breathe to the food we eat. Let's see here, we're coming up on break in about 4 minutes. You talked about the tax cut, Trump's $1.4 trillion tax cut that gave 83% of the benefits to the top 1%, and added almost $2 trillion to the national debt that Republicans are not paying down. They've run up the national debt. Now it's really close to $5 trillion since Trump has been in office. When you add in the bills that Congress had to pass to deal with coronavirus, it's close to something like $5 trillion they've added to the national debt. But once again, this deals with politics. When we deal with the Attorney General, okay, in this rogue, lawless Attorney General William Barr, and what they're doing, is deals with politics. So on this show, I have dealt with Joe Biden's 22-page Black Agenda, or Agenda for African Americans, and it's in 6 parts. It's in 6 parts. Each week, I went through and broke down one part. We did that for 6 weeks here on this show. Because I hear a whole lot of our people saying we want a black agenda from the candidates, but then they don't go read it. But that's a whole nother conversation. What did you get a chance to read Joe Biden's 22-page agenda?
I read through it. I didn't do what you did and calculate everything, but I did read through it. It's a very decent start. I'm not going to say good, but I'll say it's a very decent start.
Right.
That's a good thing. Is it the end of does it transform our communities? No, but it will probably make them a little bit better. I think he means well. I think, Pete Buttigieg had a economic plan. Mm-hmm.
The Frederick Douglass plan.
There are 3 things here. First of all, what's the quality of the plan? Secondly, when you have the votes to pass aspects of the plan. In
Congress, yeah, because a lot of it has to pass through Congress.
Congress and the Senate.
Well, yeah.
The House and the Senate.
Both chambers of Congress, yeah.
So that's the second piece. Do you have? And number 3, are people prepared to push for this? Not just Biden or anybody else, but who else is prepared to push for this?
Right. Right.
Because, again, I've seen so many economic plans, and I'm not dissing the effort because I know some people who worked on it. I think they worked hard. I think they worked well. But at the same time, I think that we need, and this is the best we can do in an election. You can't do public policy. Now, I must tell you that Joe Biden has really shown himself to be basically a sensible man, a good guy. He's made some mistakes in the past, and everybody knows about them. But the fact is, right now, I think he's doing some of the right things. And I think when he has talked about the coronavirus and chided Mr. Trump for his cavalier behavior, we need somebody to do that. Somebody say, dude, look, people are dying. We're up to more than 130,000 deaths in the United States.
Yeah, about 135,000. Yep.
And this man is going to Mar-a-Lago and having rallies in Tulsa, and just doing things that are insensible, but also at some level giving the black community the middle finger. Absolutely.
And people can go to well, first of all, we're coming up on a break here. You got a few more minutes. I'm gonna hold you over the break for a few minutes.
Yeah, I can wait a few more minutes.
Okay. Read the article. Everybody, read the article from Black Press USA, blackpressusa.com. You've heard me talk about it before. Joe Biden's plan for empowering Black America. This came out May 5th, 2020, and you can go back and listen to our podcast because I went through and thoroughly broke down this plan. Pages 2 through 11 deal with economic empowerment policies, dealing with economic empowerment for African Americans. And the Biden campaign calls this a living document, meaning that they're going to add to it. They're calling this a living document, and people should understand this is a floor, not a ceiling, but we have to be focused on pushing our issues and policies through the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate and getting it signed into law by a president. Okay, so stand by, Dr. Julian Malvo. You listen to the African History Network show right here on 9:10 a.m. on the Superstation, the Future Radio. I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 9:10 a.m. the Superstation, the Future Radio. I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. It is Sunday, July 12th, 2020, and we are live. We're speaking with our sister economist, Dr. Julianne Malveaux. You've seen her on MSNBC, seen her on CNN. You see her on Roland Martin Unfiltered, and we share Roland's show live here on our Facebook fan page, the African History Network as well. Okay, Dr. Julianne Malveaux, welcome back, sister. Right before the break, we were talking about Joe Biden's plan for Black America, and we were talking about reparations and things like that. So what, being that you are, well, first of all, let me ask this question. Explain to people exactly what is an economist, because some people don't know, and what is an economist?
Well, economics is a study of who gets what, when, where, and why. Very much like politics, but with a numerical component to it. Economists are people who study flows of goods and services. Right. And they could be agricultural goods and services. It could be stocks and bonds. It could be labor. I'm a labor economist. I study the workplace and how people deal and how people are fair in the workplace. But basically, economists are looking at resource allocation. Mm-hmm. Who gets what, when, where, and why.
Okay, excellent.
So that's the Cliff Notes version.
Yeah, and my degree's in business administration, so I'm not an economist, but we had to study, we had to take economics, and we had to take economics before we could take our lowest level business class, which was, I think, marketing 430 or something like that, intro marketing class. So I'm familiar with economics. So let me ask you this question. On last week's show, I dealt with this study from the Washington Post dealing with Black families pay significantly higher property taxes than white families, new analysis shows. Unfair property assessments lead to widespread overtaxation of Black Americans' homes. And they're talking about how this led to foreclosures. But this is historic. This is one of the tools that was used to steal our land from us. Okay.
Absolutely.
Talk about that for a minute. And then what should African Americans be doing now to empower ourselves economically and try to reverse this stuff that's going on?
Well, first, we need to be economically literate. You need to be able to ask questions. Never accept the first price. Someone, oftentimes, for example, Black women tend to get pay higher interest on car loans than others do. So one might ask why, and of course, white men are going to bargain and bargain hard. Oftentimes, auto dealers don't want to deal with women bargaining, but you never take the first. Can you do better? Or I saw this car down the street for less. So you go forewarned is forearmed. You go in there prepared, prepared for battle. And I mean, I'm not exaggerating with some of these things. It is battle.
Right.
If you can save, even $1,000, that's battle. So you just do it. And a lot of us don't want to, can't, whatever. But that's, so we're basically harming ourselves. So the first thing is to be very educated about every aspect of the economy. Secondly, it gets to be facile about public policy. Like the tax bill, what was in it? Why did the rich get all the money?
Right.
There are so many other. Why has the minimum wage not been raised in 10 years? So it's $7.25 an hour, just like it was in 2010. I think we got a little bit of a bump, but not much of a bump. No, it's been the same thing for since 10 years.
Since 2 years, when Democrats control both the House and the Senate. Yeah, that was the last time it was increased to $7.25 an hour. Yep. Go ahead.
But anyway, so the second thing is to be literate, to be facile in public policy. Then 3, make sure your personal finances are together. Check your credit score regularly. Not only check your credit score, just check that you're saving, what you're investing. Don't be afraid to ask for help. But even if we were 1,000% perfect, and many of us are not, you have credit card debt, you have this, you have that. But even if we were perfect, we still close a wealth gap. Cleaning up your finances is an act of personal empowerment, and I applaud anyone who does that. But we also have to think and talk about community empowerment. Okay. Community empowerment. And with community, that's where the reparations conversation comes from. It's about community empowerment. Reparations conversation is not about cut everybody a check.
Right.
I mean, maybe individual reparations, and that would be a good thing. But we're also talking about repairing a community that essentially was deliberately underdeveloped. Deliberately underdeveloped.
Repairing the damage.
And the reason it was underdeveloped is because it allowed majority people to earn profits on the backs of minority people.
Right. Right. Exactly. Repairing the damage that was done. And one of the best examples I've seen of this, and I'm not. Are you familiar with the Black Freedmen Indian Treaties of 1866?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And that right there, the remedy that because you had African Americans that were former slaves of those what were called the 5 civilized tribes of Native Americans, the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Cherokee, and Seminole Indians. And those families are going to get land. They're going to get citizenship into those Native American nations. They get free taxes. It's benefits that they get from that. OK. And even though many of us illegally got pushed out of those treaties in 1941, when those Native American nations and the U.S. government conspired together to restructure what a Native American is, and they said you need 1/4 Native American blood or 1 quantum Native American blood, and originally you didn't have to have that. That right there serves as some type of example of some type of comprehensive remedy. Okay, some comprehensive repairing of the damage. There could be more in it, and they got things like free college tuition, free taxes, not property taxes apparently, because Sarah Rector had to pay property taxes on her land there in Oklahoma. Okay, and Sarah Rector, you familiar with Sarah Rector?
I'm not, no.
Okay, Sarah Rector. I'll send you an article on Sarah Rector. Sarah Rector was known as the richest Afro-American girl in the country. This was the early 1900s. She lived in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and her family was of former enslaved Creek Indian ancestry. Her family were African Americans who were enslaved by the Creek Indians. And her family gets land because of those Black Freeman Indian treaties. Okay. And oil is discovered on her land and she becomes a millionaire. She's like 13 years old. Her name is Sarah Rector, R-E-C-T-O-R. So when I teach on Black Wall Street and teach on this history, I talk about Sarah Rector because a lot of the early African-American landowners in Tulsa, because Tulsa was founded by Creek Indians around 1834, 1836, a lot of those early African-American landowners get land because of those treaties. And then that plays into the history of the Greenwood District and all of that. Okay. Let people know how they can get your books and read your writings and things like that.
My webpage is juliannemalveaux.com. That's JULIANNE, MALVEAUX, all one word, .com.
Okay.
And that's where my website is.
Okay. And they can get your books. I know you wrote one book dealing with President Barack Obama. I think it was like 2016, something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then you have.
There's still a few copies that left. And then my little love note, I call it love note to my people, called Surviving and Thriving, 365 Days in Black Economic History.
Right. Okay. And I know, like, when you're on Roland Martin Unfiltered and things like that, I know you like to call Donald Trump the orange orangutan. But I just want to say, I think that's disrespectful to orangutans to associate him with orangutan.
I've said that many times, but I don't mean to insult orangutan.
Right. Exactly. All right, sister. Well, look, I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule. Once again, Dr. Julian Malvo is featured in the documentary Hapi. Hapi deals with the role of economics on the development of civilization. Visit the website hapifilm.com, H-A-P-I, hapifilm.com. The world premiere is July 18th, 2020, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time online. You can get tickets at hapifilm.com. The film also features Dr. Linda Jeffries, Professor James Small, Dr. Wade Noble, Dr. Patricia Newton, and others. So we'll have some more of the people featured in that documentary here on the African History Network show. Visit the website hapifilm.com. All right, Dr. Julian Malvo, you have a fantastic evening, sister, and we'll talk soon, okay?
You too, and have a blessed week.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, everybody. That was Dr. Julian Malvo, economist. She's actually an economist, and a lot of people pretend to be an economist. No, she has a PhD in economics. She's actually an economist. Okay, so just so people don't get confused, all right, because a lot of people like to talk about economics, but they're not economists. All right, so we bring the experts on this show as well. Okay, 313-778-7600, 313-778-7600 is the call-in number if you have a question or comment. 313-778-7600 is the call-in number if you have a question or comment. The podcast of this show will have it available. It'll be on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and my YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP. And we should be broadcasting on YouTube right now. I know we're on Facebook. So let's see, we're coming up here on a break in a few minutes. Let's do this here. And I have to, JT, I got to send you some information. So we'll deal with this on the other side of the break. I could probably play this. I'm running through my mixer, my 12-channel mixer, so I can probably play this through the mixer. Everybody should be able to hear it, but let me see. Let me just try. I'm not sure. We'll check with JT, see if I can do that. But let's talk about Blackout Day, right? On the other side of the break, we'll deal with the Confederacy and how Socialites rewrote the history of the Civil War. This ties right into the Confederate monuments. We'll talk some about, give you an update on what's going on with coronavirus. 69,000 new cases in one day on Friday, June 10th. Was set by the U.S. And then also on Saturday, Florida records 15,300 new cases in one day. But Blackout Day took place on Tuesday. Okay, this past Tuesday. TheGrio.com had a good article dealing with this. Black business owners are taking to social media to speak out about the boost in support they saw on Blackout Day. Now, an earlier report published by TheGrio.com noted that July 7th was designated as a day of solidarity in America, where African Americans were urged to support African American owned businesses only. TheGrio.com has an article entitled Black owned businesses see sales boost from Blackout Day. Black owned businesses see sales boost from Blackout Day. So on the website for Blackout Day, it said this movement is an awakening of the national consciousness of Black people in America and abroad. Need economic solidarity in America amongst all Black people unequivocally. Now, the mission statement goes on to note, quote, in order to break free from the chains of financial servility, we will organize days, weeks, months, and years, if necessary, when not one Black person in America will spend a dollar outside of our community. All right. Now, there was a flyer that was circulating around, and it had the flyer contradicted like the official statements from the website, because I went to the website and well, the website was down when I went. The website on the flyer was down. So I looked at the article from newsone.com and the Grio, and it was saying to only spend dollars with businesses in your community, specifically basically African American owned businesses. Okay. Saying only spend dollars in your community is tricky, because some businesses in our community are not owned by African Americans. So the correct language would probably be only spend dollars with African American owned businesses. There was a flyer that was circulating that said, do not spend any money on July 7th. The Black Lives Matter movement is holding a nationwide economic blackout. Black people account for 1.2 trillion in annual U.S. spending. With just one day of no spending by POC, people of color, and allies, with billions out from the economy. Money talks, let's speak their language. Okay, but so that I don't know who did that flyer. That flyer contradicts what the overall message was about recycling dollars amongst our own businesses. Okay, so so when you organize things like this, you have to make sure that you have a clear, coherent message. You have to make sure you have a clear, coherent message. Okay. The article goes on to say, according to Hollywood Life, the movement was conceived by Calvin Martyr, Martyr, founder of the Blackout Coalition. Martyr explains that African Americans account for 1.2 economic spending. Blackout Day is meant to demonstrate the economic power that Black people have in America. Celebrities and athletes, including Rihanna, Tristan Thompson, and Cardi B, took to social media to support the movement and encourage their massive following to hashtag Buy Black on Blackout Day. And I've said this before, Blackout Day should not be a day that we focus on not spending dollars with other people. That should be a day we focus on spending dollars with our own people, with our own businesses. Black In Day, not Blackout, Black In. Now, rapper T.I. made clear in an Instagram post that there should be, quote, one day of solidarity in America when not one Black person in America spends a dollar, end quote. Okay, now the focus is not on not spending a dollar. The focus, see, we spend too much time focusing on trying to send a message to white as opposed to trying to send a message to our own people. The focus should be on recycling our dollars in our own among our own businesses and strengthening our businesses. Because if you read the article that we've talked about from Black Enterprise, is estimated that 45% of African American owned businesses won't survive the next 6 months because of the coronavirus economy. So the call to action certainly seems to have paid off. The article from thegrio.com says Khadijah Robinson of Nile, Nile, which is a digital community that connects shoppers with Black-owned brands online, saw a 200% surge in users on Tuesday, per CNBC.com. CNBC.com reported on this. Quote, we are seeing an influx of interest and then a growing interest in the movement to support Black businesses for several years, she said. People are really trying to conscientious with their shopping and support these small minority and women-owned brands, and finding our tool really useful in terms of facilitating that. Now, there's a tweet from DJ Young Vernon, a young hip hop African American. In the article, he tweeted on July 3rd, 2020, on a Black-owned, I think I said June 10th. Did I say June 7th? Is July. It was July 7th this took place. He said, I own a Black-owned alternative culture shop that sells records, comics, arts, toys, anime, and Magna toys. If y'all know anyone that's interested in these things and want to support a small business instead of Amazon, tag them, or just a retweet would help. That's in the article from the Griot. Now, Khadijah Robinson launched her website March 1st, 2020, and now has 1,900 platform. The timely website comes amid reports that African-American owned businesses have been greatly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, making Blackout Day even more vital to recovery efforts. African-American owned businesses took to social media on Blackout Day to post discount codes, which help drive sales. Quote, anytime you can bring in new customers to Black-owned businesses, it's a great time, said Michael De Los Santos, owner of Mike D's BBQ Barbecue in Durham, North Carolina. He saw a 280% increase in daily sales average on Tuesday. And then the article goes on to say, what I hope is that it isn't just a one-time thing where folks in this moment are going to support Black businesses right now because it's popular. I hope it's a sustainable thing where folks can adjust their buying habits for the long haul. Now, this is where the foundation, our history and culture, comes into play. African history and culture gives you your values, your interests, and your principles. It gives us our self-esteem, our self-development, our self-worth. What you do for yourself, what you do to yourself, and what you allow other people to do to you and get away with is based upon what you think about yourself. What you think about yourself is based upon what you've been taught about yourself. What you've been taught about yourself is based upon everything you've read, heard, and seen about yourself. Okay, we're coming up on a break. You listen to the African History Network show right here on 910 a.m. the Superstation Future Radio. I'm Michael Imhotep, back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 910 a.m. the Superstation Future Radio. All right, Sunday, July 12, 2020, and we were joined by our sister, Dr. Julian Malvo, in the first hour of the show. Also, right before the break, we were talking about Blackout Tuesday, I should say. Blackout Tuesday, thegrio.com has a good article dealing with Blackout Tuesday, and I'm going to send this to JT. I'm going to email you this clip here. I want to talk some about this whole controversy dealing with the Confederate monuments. And you've heard me talk about this before. I'm totally against people taking it upon themselves to tear down Confederate monuments and activists to tear them down. Every Confederate monument, every Confederate statue needs to be removed. It should go into a museum. Okay. Now with Stone Mountain in Georgia, you can't put that in a museum. It's too tall. It's a mountain. Okay. They need to redo that because that has the images, that has the carvings of Jefferson Davis, who was the president of the Confederacy, general traitors to the Union. Okay. But we also have to ask the question, how do people get the history of the Confederacy so wrong? Why are they honoring traitors to the Union? Okay, now I can understand why Donald Trump honors traitors to the Union, because he's a traitor himself. I told you Donald Trump was the first Russian president of the United States. People thought I was playing when I said that. And we saw that he just gave a commutation to a traitor named Roger Stone. That was on Friday. We know NBCnews.com reported Trump commutes Roger Stone's prison sentence after he was convicted of covering up for the president, Donald Trump. Donald Trump on Friday, July 10th, commuted the prison sentence of former campaign aide Roger Stone, spare time advisor, from having to report to prison next week. Quote, Donald Trump said Roger Stone has suffered already. The White House said in a statement, he very unfairly and was, as very many others in this case, Roger Stone is now a free man. So, there's so much wrong with this. And you have a lot of Republican senators who I said on last week's show, whatever punishment Donald Trump pays, these Republican senators that aided and abetted him, like Susan Collins and Senator Lamar Alexander and Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Spineless Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, they should pay the same penalty as well, because they had an opportunity in early February 2020 to remove Donald Trump from office, and they didn't do it. Okay. They didn't do it. So they should, whatever penalty he pays or what have you, just pay the same penalty. And every last one of them needs to be voted out of office. Senator Lindsey Graham, Moscow Mitch McConnell, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, little Marco Rubio down in Florida. He's not up for re-election November 3rd, 2020. Senator Ted Cruz, all of them, all these traitors need to be voted out of office. But the announcement came shortly after a federal appeals court denied Roger Stone's emergency motion to delay his July 14th. Okay, so he was supposed to report to prison. He's a convicted felon. He's still a convicted felon. His conviction is on his little record. Okay, Roger Stone's lawyer, Robert Buschel, Buschel, told NBC News, quote, "We are grateful and relieved and glad this nightmare is over," end quote. Another of Roger Stone's attorneys, Grant Smith, said his client is, quote, "incredibly honored that President Trump used his awesome and unique power under the Constitution of the United States for this act of mercy." But if you give a commutation for corrupt purposes, that's illegal. Like if you give a commutation to somebody who has the goods on you, and you're afraid that they're going to spill the beans and tell the truth about you, that's illegal. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind as well. You're going to hear more about this. Now, asked early on Friday if he planned on intervening in Roger Stone's case, Donald Trump said, "I'll be looking at it. I think Roger Stone was very unfairly treated, as were many people," end quote. So a lot of people knew this was coming. Donald Trump had been telegraphing this previously. Now, Washington Post has an article also dealing with this. Trump commutes sentence of confidant Roger Stone, who was convicted of lying to Congress and witness tampering, While the commutation was celebrated by Trump's most stalwart supporters, the muted response by Republican lawmakers and Roger Stone's own history as a self-described dirty trickster indicated that the president's decision to interfere with the nation's justice system could be fraught with political risk. Donald Trump, who has declared himself the president of law and order, it should be lawlessness and disorder. Donald Trump is the president of lawlessness and disorder and the first Russian president of the United States. So he's called himself the president of recent weeks, he used his unique presidential authority to undermine the unanimous finding of the jury that Roger Stone broke the law multiple times by lying to Congress and obstructing justice. Now, for a president who sparked a special counsel probe by firing an FBI director in the middle of an investigation and was later impeached for attempting to pressure a foreign government to invest political rival Joe Biden, the move to grant Roger Stone clemency underscored his continued willingness to disrupt the nation's legal and political norms just months before an election. Now, while the 63-page statement recited so little Kayleigh McEnany, who is Donald Trump's press secretary, and she's really blonde Stepford wife. Okay, she goes out there every day and just lies. I see the White House press coming. She's almost worse than Sarah Huckabee. Okay, the wicked witch of the West Wing, Sarah Huckabee. Kelly McEnany is almost as, she may be worse, because her first day as White House press secretary, she lied to the press and said, "I will never lie to you." That was a lie. Kayleigh McEnany said in a statement Friday, ended with the exclamation, "Roger Stone is a free man," with an exclamation point. She said, "Roger Stone is a victim of the Russia hope left that and his allies in the media perpetuated for years in an attempt to undermine the Trump presidency." Now, while the 643-word statement recited a litany of Trump supporters' complaints about Stone's unfair prosecution, arrest, and trial, including several complaints about the media, the commutation leaves Roger Stone's conviction standing, unlike a presidential, which would have absolved the GOP operative of wrongdoing. The White House action only lifted Roger Stone's punishment, a 40-month prison sentence that was to begin on Tuesday. Okay, now check this out. Now, I find this very interesting. The reason why they said that while Trump gave him, the White House cited Roger Stone's age, 67, saying he would be a medical risk in prison while he continued his appeals. Roger Stone, quote, maintained, because they cited the coronavirus. They cited coronavirus. Look at the hypocrisy of this. Now, just a couple of weeks ago, Trump was talking about ending the federal funding for coronavirus testing centers in places like Texas and other places that have seen an increase in cases. We know in Arizona, people are having to wait 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours in line to get a coronavirus test. And then they have to wait days for the results. So you're talking about removing federal funding for coronavirus, while at the same time, a convicted criminal like this, you say he should not go to prison because of a fear of coronavirus. Yet you don't want to properly fund coronavirus testing. You say that somebody who has the goods on you should not go to prison because of fear of coronavirus and that they could get coronavirus, while at the same time you don't want to properly fund coronavirus testing. Then on top of that, you want to pressure governors to send children back to school come the fall, and coronavirus numbers are steadily increasing across the country, and we're seeing increases. We're seeing records being broken day after day after day. This is an example of how elections have consequences. As I told you before, this November 3rd, 2020 election is literally about life or death. This is literally about life or death. Democrats quick the decision by Donald Trump to give a commutation to his criminal friend. How does Donald Trump know so many criminals? I'm just curious. What type of people are you hanging around that know so many criminals? Roger Stone, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Paul Manafort. Picked up Michael Cohen's back in jail. His former longtime attorney, Michael Cohen, released from prison. because of coronavirus? Democrats quickly slammed the decision as yet another instance of Trump's undermining the nation's justice system by protecting his friends and seeking to punish his enemies. Protecting his friends and seeking to punish his enemies. Richard Nixon wasn't even this corrupt. As corrupt as he was, he wasn't even this corrupt. Read the rest of this article here from Washington Post. Trump commutes sentence of Confederate was convicted of lying to Congress and witness tampering. Okay. And Candace Owens needs to debate you. Candace can bring her ass on here anytime. I'll debate Candace Owens. Candace Owens don't want none of me, and she doesn't want to debate Roland either. Candace Owens is very ignorant of history. So she want to bring her ass on here. We'll get her some black hair care products before she touch up those edges. Let's see here. Okay. Then Robert Mueller broke his silence over a year. He wrote an op-ed article for the Washington Post. Mueller breaks his silence to defend Russia investigation and stone prosecution. Read this article, July 11th, 2020 from the Washington Post. Former special counsel Robert Mueller III broke a nearly year-long silence Saturday to defend his prosecution of Roger Stone and his larger investigation of the 2016 Trump campaign, writing an op-ed piece to publicly push back against attacks from the president and his support. The piece, which appears in Sunday's Washington Post, is a remarkable departure from Robert Mueller's self-imposed silence as the political debate surrounding his work has continued to rage more than a year after he concluded his investigation of Russia's interference in the last presidential election. And it underscores the degree to which the cases Mueller brought have undone or undermined by the Trump administration and others. Because Trump, with his henchmen, Attorney General William Barr, are trying to totally erase the findings and the convictions from the Mueller investigation. This is what this is all about. Okay. And they're trying to do this before the November 3rd, 2020 election. But keep in mind, Donald Trump is an impeached president because he tried to shake down new Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky in the July 25th, 2019 call to try to get them to launch an investigation into Joe Biden and his son, Hunter Biden. Okay. So this whole thing right here is, I mean, I've never seen like this, not in America, other countries. We've never seen corruption like this. This is unprecedented. So Mueller's 700-word piece recounts the high-stakes investigation that consumed the White House for the better part of 2 years, resulting in convictions of a number of Donald Trump confidants, including Roger Stone. Trump, now, in announcing the commutation, the White House issued a lengthy statement blasting Mueller's work. Mueller, in turn, used this highly uncharacteristic public statement to remind the public what his investigation found. Okay, and they lied. In the statement from Kelly McEnany House, they lied. Totally exonerated Donald Trump. No, it did not. Blatant lie. Quote, we now have a detail of Russia's interference in the 2016 presidential election, Robert Mueller wrote. Quote, we also identified government and between the Russian government and Trump campaign personnel, Roger Stone among them. We did not establish that members of the Trump campaign, quote unquote, conspired with the Russian government in its activities. Now, the term conspire is very important. You've heard me talk about this before. I encourage people to read the Mueller report also. And I've got my copy of it right here. Because in the Mueller report, they talked about how they did not investigate collusion. Collusion is not a legal term. Okay, they investigated criminal conspiracy. All right, now criminal conspiracy deals with in volume 1, page 2. Mueller said, but collusion is not a specific offense or theory of liability found in the United States Code, nor is it a term of art in federal criminal law. Okay. For those reasons, the office's focus in analyzing questions of joint criminal liability was on conspiracy as federal law, conspiracy as defined in federal law. So they're dealing with criminal. In connection with that analysis, we address the factual crime campaign, quote unquote, coordinated, a term that appointment order with Russian election interference activities. Like collusion, quote unquote, coordination does not have a settled definition in federal criminal law. Okay, we under coordination to require an agreement, tacit or expressed, between the Trump campaign and the Russian government on election interference. We understood coordination to require an agreement either tacit or expressed between the Trump campaign and the Russian government on election interference. That requires more than two parties taking actions that were informed by or responsive to others' actions or interests. So we'll look at this. They're saying that they cannot find an agreement between the Trump campaign and the Russians. They cannot find an agreement, either tacit or implied. Doesn't mean the agreement didn't exist, but then they go on to lay out how the Trump campaign welcomed help from Russia's and the contacts between Trump campaign and Russians. So, you've heard me talk about this before. Those who listen to the show regularly and heard me cover the impeachment and the Mueller report and things like this, right? If a bank robbery takes place and you see four people, six, come into the bank basically at the same time, basically dressed the same, rob the bank, they go in the same direction and get into the same car. Do you have to see an agreement, either tacit or express, realize they're working together? Are we to assume that they got into the same door at the same time? Or is it reasonable to come to the conclusion, they're probably working together? We don't have to see an agreement, tacit or express, between them to come to that conclusion. It's pretty safe to assume they're working together. So we went on to say, we did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired with the Russian government in its activities. The investigation did, however, establish that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from Trump presidency. The Russian government would benefit from a Trump presidency and work to secure that outcome. The Russian government worked to secure helping Donald Trump president. It also established that the campaign expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts, end quote. Now, in asserting that Roger Stone had links to the Russian government, Robert Mueller appears to reference private messages. The political consultant, Roger Stone, who also was a good friend of Richard Nixon, and he was a campaign advisor of Richard Nixon. And Roger Stone, who of Richard Nixon's face, but Roger Stone's shoulder blades. What kind of relationship they had, I don't know. Whatever. These type of people Trump hangs out with. Okay. Now, it also established that the campaign expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts, end quote. Now, in asserting Roger Stone had links to the Russian government, Robert Mueller appears to reference private messages that Roger Stone and a longtime Trump friend had with an online persona, Guccifer 2.0, in August 2016. Now, U.S. officials have said Guccifer 2.0 was not the Romanian hacker but a front created by Russian intelligence agents. Roger Stone said at the time that he did not believe Lucifer 2 was. Now, the debate about Roger Stone's role in 2018, what he really knew and who he was really talking to, is one of the lingering mysteries that Robert's investigators were never able to fully solve. Okay, never able to fully solve. The known interactions between Stone and the anti-secrecy group WikiLeaks. Donald Trump said, "I love WikiLeaks." Donald Trump leaks about 160 times in the last 30 days of the 2020 campaign. Then after he stole the election with the help of Russia through and won it in the electoral college. Most people don't understand how the electoral college works and don't realize that it's not the vote nationally that matters. It's the popular vote per state that matters. Republicans engage in a voter suppression campaign to suppress the vote in key battleground states like Michigan, and Donald Trump won Michigan by 10,007 votes, and Jill Stein got 50,000 votes out of Michigan. Still don't know what that was about. Well, I know what it was about, but I don't understand why people voted for Jill Stein. I know what that was about because I told you about it then, and I told you about it afterwards, especially when we deal with the picture of Jill Stein at the Russia Today anniversary in 2015, and she's sitting at Vladimir Putin's table in Russia at the anniversary of Russia Today TV, and sitting next to Vladimir Putin is Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and Lieutenant General Michael became Donald Trump's first national security advisor, who got exposed, and Trump had him, and Trump hired him. You know, President Barack Obama told Donald Trump, "Don't hire this guy," because I had that Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Yeah, that just, yeah, okay, Mr. Law and Order. No, this is and disorder. I told you he's the first Russian president of the United States, but you know, okay, whatever. WikiLeaks suggests he was trying to find out what sort of hacked Democratic email might be made public and when, but the digital trail also suggests those efforts may have been largely unsuccessful. Now, in the summer 2016, Roger Stone claimed to have a conduit conveying him information from WikiLeaks, but the group denied it, and the people Roger Stone talked to about it told investigators they never had those kinds of conversations with WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange or anyone close to him. There's a very important question we should ask here. What happened to the emails that Russians stole from the Republican National Committee? Why weren't those emails released to WikiLeaks? Oh, there were emails stolen. See, in January 2017, FBI Director James Comey testified in front of the U.S. Senate. CNN has an article about this, and they have the video of the testimony. then FBI Director James Comey said that the Russians didn't just the National Committee, their emails, they also hacked old address of the RNC, but they never released the emails. Listen to me. They never released the emails through WikiLeaks, only the emails from the Democrats. So that causes me to sit back and think and understand compromising information, compromise. Is it possible that there was damaging information in those emails regarding those Republicans and Congressmen in the U.S. Senate, Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives, and Russians are holding that over these Republicans' head as leverage to do certain things, take certain votes, just do things that just don't make any damn sense whatsoever? Is that possible? I think it is. Very few people talk about that. Very few people talk about that. I wonder why. I wonder why more people aren't talking about that. Let's see here. Let me pull this clip up. Hey, JT, you have clip. You got that clip, don't you? Let's do this, man. I'm gonna try to email you this clip here. All right, you know what? We'll say this next week, or I'll play this after the show. Let's go to this clip here. Clip one. This deals with socialites rewrote the history of the Civil War. Let's go to this clip.
Textbook describes slavery. Had a barbecue or a picnic for his slaves. Then they had a great frolic. Even while working in the cotton fields, they sang songs. The beat of the music and the richness of their voices made work seem light.
Yikes. That's the story of Georgia, a textbook published in 1954 that was taught across junior high schools in Georgia for decades. That sort of language is part of an intellectual movement called the Lost Cause, a distorted version of American civil that's been prevalent in the South for a long time. It took soon after the defeat of the Confederate States in the war, when Southern historians like Edward Pollard and former Confederate General Jubal Early started preserving the South's perspective to students. They framed the Confederate as a heroic defense of the Southern way of life against the overwhelming forces in the North. That narrative has a few basic: the glorification of Confederate soldiers who died for a cause they believed in, the belief that slavery was a benevolent institution, and maybe most importantly, that slavery was not the root cause of the war. The Lost Cause is one of the most notoriously effective efforts to rewrite history, and it was done by the losing side. So how did it become so deeply rooted in Southern memory? Blame the United Daughters of the Confederacy. The UDC was founded in Nashville in 1894 to preserve Confederate culture for generations to come. The women who made up the group descended from elite antebellum families, and they used their social and political class to spread the pro-Southern version of the war as real. You've probably seen their efforts to honor the Confederacy, but maybe you didn't know it was the UDC. They're the ones who covered the Southern landscape with memorials for Confederate leaders and soldiers. They used their fundraising and lobbying skills to pressure local governments into erecting monuments in prominent public spaces like courthouses and state capitals.
Installed here next to the state capitol by the United Daughters of the Confederacy.
The United Daughters of the Confederacy donated this memorial to the city back in the 30s.
They put them along roadsides and in parks. Any place that was remotely relevant to the Confederacy was memorialized. By the early 20th century, the UDC had 100,000 members, and chapters spread all over the country, but mostly in former Confederate states. And theirs grew so quickly during that time.
So we're talking about roughly 3 decades after the end of the war, and the Confederate veterans themselves are beginning to die off. So there is push to find ways to commemorate it. Because the big challenge by 1900 was there's a new generation of white Southerners being born, and they never experienced the war years.
That push is visible. Most of the Confederate monuments were erected during the UDC's height of influence.
There's a rhetoric around monuments that we want to get this thing built before all of that generation has died off. And the reason we want it is to teach future generations about those men.
Dr. Karen Cox wrote the book on the UDC, and I asked her if it was fair to say the group established the Lost Cause as a historical fact in the South.
Oh my God, yeah. They were the leaders of the Lost Cause into the 20th century, and they made it a movement about vindication.
Just to give you an idea of how effective they were, they successfully lobbied for a Confederate memorial in Arlington National Cemetery, which U.S. President Woodrow Wilson proudly unveiled to a cheering crowd. Now that's influence, right?
Monuments are the least of what they did.
What?
I mean, they are the most visible and tangible, but the work with children was far more influential.
It turns out a central UDC objective is shaping how children think about the war and Southern heritage. One of their most powerful tools? Textbooks. Take a look at this pamphlet called A Measuring Rod for Textbooks. It was written by the illustrious Southern historian Miss Mildred Rutherford, an educator, orator, and author of Southern history textbooks. She's very pro-slavery. The pamphlet announced the formation of a textbook review committee featuring prominent Southerners like 5 former Confederate generals. This group was committed to spreading the truths of Confederate history, so they instructed school boards to reject any textbook accord full justice to the South. and they urged libraries to deface every book in their collection that didn't mean the words "unjust to the South" clearly on its cover. The pamphlet was shared widely with schools throughout the South, and UDC-backed committees closely monitored history books to make sure Northern influence never reached classrooms. So the core language of an approved textbook aligned precisely with that of the lost cause. You know, stuff like,
the Confederacy lost in the war between the states, but Georgia never forgot to honor Confederate soldiers.
History of Georgia was on the UDC's approved list. It was also written by E. Merton Coulter, a self-described Southern historian, and his historian described white supremacists.
They understand that how you educate, who wins the writing game, who wins the battle over history, ultimately wins the war. That is the UDC.
But their work with children went further than the classrooms. The UDC formed an auxiliary group called the Children of the Confederacy, which was designed to get kids born in former Confederate states to actively participate in their version of history. Group leaders had kids recite call and response truths from something called the Confederate Catechism. Children up to the age of 18 would compete and be rewarded for memorizing long passages of lost cause rhetoric.
So it would be like an after-school thing, you know, like that was your club. You would go after school to the meeting of the Children of the Confederacy, and your leader might teach you songs of the South, like Dixie or other songs that were considered Southern patriotic songs. They would have them write essays, go visit the veterans,
pause it right there, JT.
learn the catechism.
Children were also the piece of their community unveilings, like this living flag.
JT, pause it there. I know we're out of time.
Stonewall Jackson Monument in Richmond. Yes, those are true. The UDC's efforts shaped the identities of children who grew up with the lost cause. They made him, and that made their story last longer.
Generations of children learning that narrative in a variety of ways grow up to be, you know, segregationists in the 50s and 60s, because that's been drilled into them since they were children.
After World War I, the UDC started losing steam, but the damage was done. The monuments were in place, and the textbooks they wrote remained in Southern classrooms until the 70s. And the women's group did it all without the right to vote or participate in politics.
You can still get glimmers of this memory of the war from people who will always choose to see it through the personal. And I think the UDC, to a great extent, was their goal.
So the next time someone says the monuments are about remembering our history, just know that that's exactly what the United Daughters of the Confederacy wants you to think.
All right. Okay, guys. Okay. Hey, stop it right there, JT. Okay, we're out of time. That's at Vox. That's from Vox.com. It's on YouTube. How Southern Socialites Rewrote Civil War History. Check that out. Also download the document Hard History American Slavery, Teaching Hard History American Slavery, from the Southern Poverty Law Center, splcenter.org. You've heard me talk about this before. This helps to correct a lot of this misinformation. This is what we're dealing with. Okay, the misinformation about the Confederacy, which ties into misinformation about the history of slavery. All right, we're going to continue on my social media platforms, the African History Network and Michael Imhotep on YouTube. We're out of time here. Remember, you can donate $, the AHN show through Cash App. Remember, right knowledge corrects wrong behavior. It's not over till we win. Wakanda forever. We'll talk to you next week. Stay tuned for Pastor Mo. Peace. Okay, so that was from. That was a good piece from Vox.com dealing with the history of the Confederacy. All right. How's everybody doing? This is I'm Michael Imhotep. This is the African History Network show. We're on Sundays, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We broadcast on 9:10 a.m. the Superstation WFDF here in Detroit, and on my social media platforms, the African History Network, and on YouTube as well. In our first hour, we were joined by economist Dr. Julian Malvo, talking about the upcoming documentary Hapi, dealing with the role of economics, Hapi, the role of economics on the development of civilization. All right, so let me get into the, let's talk a little bit about coronavirus, do a quick update on coronavirus. Coronavirus update, Florida shatters single-day infection record with 15,300 new cases. That was reported on 15,300. That was actually reported Sunday, actually, I think it was. Florida is set to hold the Republican National Convention in Jacksonville next month and has ordered schools to reopen 5 days a week. Donald Trump on Saturday wore a mask in public for the first time while visiting wounded service members and healthcare Workers at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center disdain toward face coverings amid the coronavirus pandemic, refused to wear them. Louisiana's Democratic announced a new requirement that most people wear a mask in public. The state's Republican lawmakers have opposed restrictions. Now, we saw that Walt Disney World in Orlando reopened after having been shuttered for nearly 4 months, even as Florida continued to report record infections. Testing supplies in the state are running low in the state of Florida, and some big labs are taking several days to return results. Governor Ron DeSantis said at a news conference he partly attributed the backlog to testing many asymptomatic people. Things are going to get worse in Florida. You're having people come to an amusement park, and you have a shortage of tests and you have in Florida consistently having a record number of cases each day. Now, shortly before Florida announced the new cases, the Education Secretary Betsy DeVos made the rounds on Sunday news talk shows, which continued to press schools to reopen, even as fresh evidence emerged that the United States was failing to control new waves of infection and death. In an interview, so the numbers from Florida, those were the numbers for Saturday. 15,300 new cases. That was announced on Sunday, but it was the numbers for Saturday. 15,300 new cases in one day. Now, in an interview with CNN State of the Union, Betsy DeVos said she would like to see closed schools be the exception rather than the norm. The goal needs to be that kids are learning full time this fall. She said kids need to get back in the classroom. Okay, so they don't have a coherent plan to deal with this. The Trump administration does not have a coherent national plan to deal with this, to deal with coronavirus. Donald Trump for a long time just hoped it would go away. Okay, and he even said one day this is all just going to go away. All right. Back in February, he said we're at 15 cases. Pretty soon it's going to be down to 0. I told you there may be a 0 on the number, but it's not going to be anywhere near 0. OK, and this is what we're dealing with. And let's see, let's look at let's see if we can pull up the national numbers from Johns Hopkins University. All right, now Betsy DeVos added on Fox News Sunday that the Trump administration was looking at all the options for pulling federal funding from schools that don't open in the fall. She said, quote, American investment in education is a promise to students and their families. She said, if schools are going to reopen, they should not get the funds. Her remarks drew swift criticism from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, while the government health official in charge of testing signaled that the virus was still spreading too quickly to allow children to return to classrooms. Now, at the very same time taking place, the White House, led by Donald John Trump, okay, what they're doing is they are undermining the credibility of Dr. Anthony Fauci. Because Dr. Anthony Fauci is doing interviews, not only in general, but he's doing interviews, really talking about, telling the truth and talking about how this is not over, this is not under control, this is not going well. And Trump is trying to undermine Anthony Fauci because Trump knows this is not going well as well. So the reopening of schools has emerged as the latest fault line in the country's faltering pandemic response, with Donald Trump and Betsy DeVos pressing the case that a return to normal academic life is in the students' best interest. Donald Trump last week attacked school reopening guidelines from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, as expensive and unethical. And Betsy DeVos said it was imperative that schools resume 5 days a week, a 5-day-a-week classroom instruction. But to open up in late August or early September There's a clampdown that has to take place now. And they're not advocating for that. So if you're trying to force schools to open, and it's up to open up. It's up to governors to open up the schools, because the governors were the ones that shut down schools, like Governor Gretchen Whitmer here in the state of Michigan through executive orders. If you're trying to force governors to do this, then you're literally, see, what this is all about is Trump wants to get the economy started back up so he can win re-election. And by winning re-election, also, he avoids prosecution in places like the state of New York. Because by the time he gets out of office in 2024, January 2025, the statute of limitation will run out on a lot of those charges. But to be able to get the economy back open, parents have to have somewhere to send their children when they go back to work. So you have to open up schools. But if you want to open up the schools, you have to slow the spread of coronavirus and get this under control. You can't slow the spread of coronavirus and get it under control when you're dealing with the U.S. setting records day after day after day. So Reuters.com reported on Friday, July 10th, 2020, U.S. sets record for new COVID cases third day in a row at over 69,000. New cases of COVID-19 rose by over 69,000 across the United States on Friday, July 10th, 2020, according to a Reuters.com tally, setting a record for the third consecutive day as Walt Disney Company stuck to its plan to open its flagship theme park in hard-hit Florida. A total of 9 U.S. states, Alaska, Georgia, Idaho, Iowa, Louisiana, Montana, Ohio, Utah, and Wisconsin also reached records for single-day infections. 9 states reached a record for single-day infections on Friday, July 10th. Alaska, Georgia, Idaho, Iowa, Louisiana, Montana, Ohio, Utah, and Wisconsin. In the state of Texas, which is another hot zone, Governor Greg Abbott warned on Friday, July 10th, he may have to impose new clampdowns if the state cannot stem its record-setting caseloads and hospitalizations through masks and social distancing. He said, quote, if we don't adopt this best practice, it could lead to a shutdown of business. If we don't adopt this best practice, it could lead to a shutdown of business. The Republican governor told local KLBK TV in Lubbock, Texas, adding it was the last thing he wanted. So what a lot of people are saying, and economist Dr. Julian Malvo will attest to this as well, you can't keep shutting down businesses and opening back up and then shutting them down. A lot of these businesses, it's estimated now that about 50% of these businesses, not African-American owned businesses, 50% of these businesses in general, well, let me put it like this, it's estimated that 50% of the jobs that have been lost due to coronavirus, is estimated that 50% of these jobs won't come back. And it's estimated that a good percentage of these businesses will not survive. Now, blackenterprise.com had an article about a week ago, talked about it here on this show, where it's estimated 45% of African-American owned businesses won't last the next 6 weeks. Okay. So this is serious. Once again, this is an example of how elections have consequences and how politics impacts every aspect of your life, and how, so all the people that said we don't need to vote, we just need to invest in the stock market and do economic empowerment and build businesses and all this stuff. Well, a lot of those businesses that were built are going to go out of business and not come back. This is what happens when you don't see threats coming, perceived threats coming, and take action to stop them. And politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, their adoption, interpretation, and enforcement. Politics creates the economic environment that your business operates within. And most likely your business operates on the premise of people having money to come and spend with your business. So because otherwise you're going to have to get a job in the cubicle next to them if your ass goes out of business. So if you're focusing on especially African-American owned business, wouldn't you want somebody in office who's the most responsible with the economy as opposed to someone who don't even understand how the economy works? I mean, that's just logical if you understand how all this connects together. I mean, if you actually understand that. Now, if you don't understand that and you listen to simple sounding ass people on social media don't know what the hell they're talking about, well, you know, you see what you get. Now, California announced on Friday the state will release up to 8,000 inmates early from prisons to slow the spread of COVID-19 inside the facilities. California announced this on Friday, July 10th. At San Quentin outside San Francisco, half of the facilities, roughly 3,300 prisoners, have tested positive for the virus. The Walt Disney Company said the theme parks in Orlando would open on Saturday to a limited number of guests who, along with employees, would be required to wear masks and undergo temperature checks. The park also canceled parades, fireworks displays, and events that typically draw crowds. Medical officer said earlier this week she believed the rules would allow guests to visit the park safely. Roughly 19,000 people, including some theme park workers, have signed a petition asking Disney to delay the reopening. The union representing 750 Walt Disney World performers grievance against the claiming retaliation against members over a union demand that they be tested for COVID-19. Now, other theme parks opened in Orlando, Florida, in Universal Studios Orlando and SeaWorld Entertainment's SeaWorld. Okay, so check out the rest of the article from Reuters.com. We posted it on our Facebook Student Network when it came. Sets record for new COVID cases, third day in a row at over 69,000. Let's go back to the updates from the Washington Post. Washington Post has really, really good updates throughout the day dealing with coronavirus. That's at WashingtonPost.com. Let's go back to these updates. Coronavirus update: Florida single day infection record with 15,300 new cases. Florida shatters single day infection record with 15,300 new cases. Also, we see that the U.S. has a little over 3.3 million reported cases, and worldwide is 12.8 million cases, and it is 568,000 deaths worldwide. 12.8 million cases worldwide, 568,000 deaths worldwide. And what's the recovery rate? That's recovered. I'll get the recovery rate here in just a sec. I'll get the number of recoveries also. We know in the U.S. you've had 135,000 deaths, and you've had, let's see, we'll look at the recovery. In the U.S. you've had I'm trying to pull up the number of recoveries here in the U.S. Recovered. So you've had about who recovered in the U.S., about 1 million people. So 3.3, a little over 3.3 million cases in the U.S., and about 1 million people have recovered in the U.S. Okay. And we're dealing with about 135,000 deaths in the U.S. Now, recovery doesn't mean you got it and it was no problem for you. It could have been hospitalized, and you survived and you recovered. So a lot of times people look at recovery as, oh, it was no problem. It was just like sniffles. No, not necessarily. For some people, it may not have been a problem. For other people, it may have been traumatic. And when you're in the hospital, your family members in general can't come see you because there's a. So when you're in the hospital, your family members can't come see you in general. All right, let's continue here. Look at some more of these updates, and we're going to get to some of this information dealing with Jack Johnson. Just a minute here. All right. So many school districts have been quick to push back on this push to try to get them to open back up, and there's no clear plan, no strategy in place to get coronavirus under control. Many school districts have been quick to push back, with some saying they were concerned about health risks to students and staff and proposed instead hybrid models using at-home and in-school teaching. Major questions remain about the role children and teenagers play in spreading coronavirus, with health experts, which health experts say travels quickly in crowded indoor spaces. Now, Nancy Pelosi called Betsy DeVos's message, quote, malfeasance and dereliction of duty, end quote, and accused the Trump administration of messing with the health of children, messing with the health of our children in an interview with CNN on Sunday, July 12th. Nancy Pelosi called on Trump to invoke the Defense Production Act to make sure schools and others have more access to personal protective equipment as the school year approaches. She also said the Center for Disease Control should take the lead in mandating health guidelines rather than just offering guidance. Quote, they should be mandates, not requirements, Nancy Pelosi said of the CDC's rules for schools. Now, state officials in Florida have already acted on the Trump administration's demands, ordering last week that public schools fully reopen in August. This is now, I guarantee you, if Andrew Gillum, the African-American that ran for governor in Florida, I guarantee you, if Andrew Gillum had become governor, coronavirus would not be this serious in Florida. He would have taken steps. You've been more responsible, would have shut beaches down sooner, shut businesses sooner, wouldn't be so quick to open them up. But this is an example of how elections have consequences. This is about judgment. This is about judgment and preserving people's lives as opposed to focusing on the economy. Because literally, Trump is willing to sacrifice our children's lives to jumpstart his economy so he can win re-election. That's what this is about. He's willing to sacrifice children's lives, but not just children, the lives of teachers, because the children aren't in school by themselves. They're in school with teachers, administrators, counselors, school nurses, janitors, people that work in the lunchroom, the lunch ladies, different things like this. In the state of Florida have already acted on the Trump administration's demands, ordering last week that public schools fully reopen in August 2020. At the very same time, Florida records for new coronavirus cases. 50,300 new cases on Saturday, July. County, Florida. So Carvalho said students could 6 weeks from now if people adhere to restrictions such as wearing masks and practicing social distancing. But the decision would require buy-in from the community and might be dictated by science, he said. How many of you all feel comfortable sending your children back to school in August, next month? September? How many of you all feel comfortable sending your children back to school? Quote, we need the science to drive the practice rather than politics influencing what is legitimately a community concern. Alberto Carvalho told NBC News Meet the Press, NBC News' Meet the Press, adding that the positivity in the county had gone from 6% to 29% in recent months. In Miami-Dade County, the positivity on from 6% to 29.1%. That means the percentage of the coronavirus tests that come back positive. It had gone from 6% to 29.1% in recent months. Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner, who said it was too early to debate school reopenings with the soaring in the city of Houston, Texas. It's going to be a whole lot of African Americans who just a few months ago was saying black people can't get coronavirus, or why aren't any black celebrities getting coronavirus, or this is a hoax and all this stuff, that's going to get coronavirus. Unfortunately, some of them are going to die. Information floating around, people trying to elevate their social media platform, putting bullshit out. Quote, it makes no sense to be having this conversation while this virus is out of Mayor Sylvester Turner, H.O. Quote, you don't send school when there's a raging fire and the fire's still burning in August, end quote. Even in places that have not registered a sharp rise in cases, officials are resisting instructions to bring schools back. Larry Hogan said Sunday, yes, he was on Meet, I think he was on Meet the Press today, on one of the Sunday shows. He said that his state would not be, quote, rushed into, quote, fully reopening schools, saying it would take a hybrid approach to learning during the pandemic. So, you know, you have to sit back and ask the question, why are you trying to, first of all, Trump says the reason why you have more cases is because there are more tests. He doesn't want to talk about the don't talk about that at all. Two, you want to with federal funding for testing in key states, okay, that have had a big increase in coronavirus cases. You want to withdraw federal funding for testing sites there. But then you want to force governors to open schools back up, and you don't have a to deal with all this. Quote, everybody would like to get our kids back to school as quickly as we can, but we also want to do it and make sure our kids are going to be as safe as possible, Governor Larry Hogan said during an appearance on Meet the Press. Now, according to a proposal from Montgomery County, the state's largest school district, schools would open on August 31st with remote learning. Students would gradually return to school return to school buildings for up to 2 days a week in the fall. Now, nationwide, new cases reached record highs in states across the country on Saturday, July 11th, even as weekly testing plateaued. 9 states in nearly every major region of the country new single-day caseloads on Saturday, July 11th. South Carolina, Texas, Alaska, Arkansas, North Carolina, Idaho, Wisconsin, Oregon, and Hawaii. 6 of those states, along with 10 others, registered new 7-day average case highs, according to the tracking by the Washington Post. Saturday, July 11th also marked the first time since the beginning of the pandemic that multiple states reported more than 10,000 cases in a day. And you trying to send children back to school? This is how wicked and deceitful Donald Trump is. He's willing to sacrifice our children, not his. He's willing to sacrifice our children to win re-election. Texas tallied a record of 10,351 new cases in a single day, and Florida reported 10,360. Okay, that was on, they reported that on Saturday. On Sunday, July 12th, Florida reported 15,300 new cases. That was new cases from Saturday, the day before. 15,300 new cases. Now, Tom Inglesby, Inglesby, who directs the Center for Health Security at Johns Hopkins University, told Fox News Sunday that, quote, we should not accept as normal the 800 or 900 deaths that we have in this country, end quote, pointing to much lower fatality numbers in other countries. Now, new testing, meanwhile, is slowing nationwide after increasing throughout the spring. About 4.6 million diagnostic tests were administered in the United States last week, compared with 4.5 million the previous week, according to the COVID tracking project. Okay, check out the updates from the Washington Post. They have some really good updates, and they make their updates free, so you don't have to have a subscription to read them. I have a digital subscription, so in New York Times every day. A lot of the information is restricted to those who have a subscription. Long delays in getting test results hobble U.S. response. See, then I said, now this is the other thing. So Donald Trump said everybody wants a test and get a test. He didn't tell you how long you're going to have to wait in line to get a test. Then he didn't tell you how long you're going to have to wait for the results. Some people are having to wait 5, 6, 7, 8 days for results. Washington Post reported on July 12, 2020, long delays in getting test results hobble coronavirus response. You can't do contact tracing, and it takes 5, 6, 7 days for people to get results. They've infected a whole lot of people since then. Test results for the novel coronavirus are taking so long to come back that experts say the results across the United States are often proving useless in the campaign to control the deadly disease. Some testing sites are struggling to provide results in 5 to 7 days. Others are taking even longer. Outbreaks across the Sun Belt have strained labs beyond capacity. That rising demand in turn has caused shortages of swabs, chemical reagents, and equipment as far away as New York. The long testing turnaround times are making it impossible for the United States to replicate the central strategy used by other countries to effectively contain the virus. Test, trace, and isolate. Test, trace, and isolate. Any killer, speed is of the essence when it comes to the coronavirus. Now, Crystal R. Watson, a public health expert at Johns Hopkins University, said, instead of going from one step to the next, it's like you're already stumbling right out the gate. It makes contact tracing almost useless. By the time a person is getting results, they have symptoms. Their contacts may already have symptoms and have gone on to infect others. This is what happens when you have incompetent leadership. A Florida Mayor, Keisha Lance, and her family, 29th, as a precaution, and her family had developed symptoms. No one in her family had developed symptoms. A week later, her test results still had not come back, but her husband started feeling ill. So they got a different rapid test through Emory University. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, mayor of Atlanta, learned that she, her husband, and one of the couple's 4 children had all been infected. She was still waiting on test results from the test that night, but started while she's waiting on the test results to come back. It wasn't until the next day that their initial test results finally arrived. They showed that when the family first got tested, only one of them, the child, had the virus. While they waited for their test results, and you want to send children back to school and you don't have this under control? Quote, it really speaks to the failure of testing in this country right now, end quote, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms said in an interview Friday. Quote, had we known we had an asymptomatic child in the house, we would have immediately quarantined precautions, end quote. Instead, the mayor's husband, Derek Bottoms, 56 years old, turned feverish and fatigued, experiencing night sweats. He lost 20 pounds in a week, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms said. Now, more efficient testing, such as in Syria, where results are often given the next day, might have prevented what Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms' family experienced and prevented. But because of lack of federal coordination. Now, coordination between the Trump campaign and Russia, but you can't have federal coordination between 50 states to save lives. You can have coordination with the foreign adversary in an election, but you can't have coordination. Remember Fred Sanford said, you got to coordinate. Okay? He said, Pops said you got to coordinate, but Fred Sanford always talks about coordinating. Okay? There's lack of coordination. There's lack of a national plan. But when you lack leadership skills, you fail. Such turnarounds seem out of reach in the United States because of a lack of federal coordination. Supply shortages and demand outbreaks in some states spiral out of control. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the United States has been plagued by testing problems. In the past 4 months, testing capacity expanded dramatically. Roughly 40 million tests have now been conducted. There are 330 million people in the country. 40 million, roughly 40 million have been tested. But the federal government never fixed fundamental infrastructure problems, experts say. Read the rest of this article here. This is from July 12, 2020 in Post. Long delays in getting test results hobble coronavirus response. As I explained numerous times to people in 2016, the presidential election is not about one person versus another person. Not at all. There's 4,000 positions Trump had to fill in his administration. This is about ideology. This is about the trajectory of the country for decades. Okay, read that article. How's everybody doing? Okay, let's get into this information dealing with Jack Johnson. I saw an article from Equal Justice Initiative, EJI.org, of July 4th, 1910. And I wanted to pull something up also from history.com as well. But on July 4th, 1910, African-American boxer Jack Johnson bested Jim Jeffries, nicknamed the Great White Hope. Jim Jeffries was called the Great White Hope in a highly publicized interracial heavyweight title in Nevada, 20,000 spectators. Now, Jack Johnson was born in Galveston, Texas, and we know Galveston, Texas, that's where General Gordon Granger in 18, that's where he number 3 to the enslaved Africans there in Galveston, Texas. So Jack Johnson was born in Galveston, Texas, in 1878, and began his professional boxing career in 1897. At the turn of the 19th century, boxing was now on the commercialized, on the commercialized sports scene, and racial discrimination permeated the sport in both spectatorship and competition. Black boxers were often barred from competition in championship title matches. That's discrimination. That's you dealing with racism. Racism is advantage and privilege distributed based upon race. Okay. So after much success, Jack Johnson challenged Jim Jeffries, a white boxer, reigning champion. Jim Jeffries, however, refused to fight black boxers. He turned down Jack Johnson's challenge and retired undefeated in 1905. So that's white privilege, where you could be heavyweight champion of the world and you refuse to fight African-American boxers, okay? Because you weren't the heavyweight champion of America. They say you were the heavyweight champion of the world, but you refused to fight African-American boxers, denying African-Americans of opportunity. And you really ain't the champion when you refuse to fight an entire race of people. So Canadian boxer Tommy Burns replaced Jim Jeffries as the heavyweight champion, and after repeated challenges agreed to face Jack Johnson in an interracial match in December 1908. Jack Johnson dominated Tommy Burns in a 14-round contest that had to be stopped by police, and officials deemed him the winner by technical knockout. Okay. Correction, I think he said he won the championship July 4th, 1910. No, he won the champion. Jack Johnson won a champion. Right. So Canadian boxer Tommy Burns replaced Jim Jeffries as the heavyweight champion, and after repeated challenges agreed to face Jack Johnson in an interracial match in December 19. Jack Burns in a 14-round contest that had to be stopped by police, and officials deemed him the winner by technical knockout. This win made Jack Johnson the first heavyweight champion in boxing history. Now, many white boxing fans were outraged by a black world champion and urged Jim Jeffries to come out of retirement to fight Jack Johnson and return the heavyweight title into white hands. Okay. Jim Jeffries agreed, and the great white hope, the great white hope. Racial tension was high leading up to the fight, but Jack Johnson easily retained his heavyweight title and shocked the nation when Jim Jeffries threw in the towel in the 15th round. Jim Jeffries readily admitted Jack Johnson's skill. Quote, "I couldn't have beat Johnson at my best," end quote, he told reporters. But white outrage over the match result sparked riots in cities throughout the country and left many African Americans injured or dead. Now, there's a scene in the series Self-Made about Madam C.J. Walker, which is on Netflix. There's a scene when they talk about what happened in 1910. So I think they are referring to, I think the scene took place in 10. And because they're referring to Jack Johnson. Okay. If it took place in 1910, this is the fight they're talking about. I think it was 1910 as opposed to 1908. And I'm trying to see if I have my notes here on Self-Made, because I watched it and took notes on it. But there's a scene where they talk about the lynchings of Africans that took place in Johnson's fight and how Jack Johnson won. Let me see here. Here are my notes. So I did a video dealing with Self-Made. Go check that out. That's on our YouTube channel and Facebook fan page. Okay, place that's I'm looking at my notes in 1908. So that was when Jack Johnson won the championship. Okay, in 1908, and in the movie they said 26 Negroes killed because of Jack Johnson winning the fight. It was a scene where they were going to church, and they said there were riots in one person said riots in 7 cities. The other person said, I heard 10 cities. Okay, so they just talked about it briefly there for 30 seconds to a minute, but this is real history here. Okay. Meanwhile, Jack Johnson's impressive success and bold personality infuriated white supremacists who saw his dominance of boxing as an affront to the fact, quote unquote, fact of white supremacy, fact in their mind of white supremacy, and his romantic relations with white women as added insult. Though he remained undefeated as a boxer, bitter officials weaponized federal laws against sex trafficking to prosecute Jack Johnson for his consensual relationships, resulting in a brief imprisonment. Jack Johnson lost his heavyweight title in a 1915 fight in Havana, Cuba, and some rumors insisted he did so on purpose in hopes of easing the legal persecution against him. Jack Johnson died in a car crash in 1946. Okay, so I'll read this article here. EJI Justice Initiative speech, Jim Jeffries sparking white outrage. All right, look, hey, we have to get out of here. History Network. You can donate to the African History Network, $ the AHN Show through Cash App, $ the AHN Show through Cash App. That helps us finance our Sunday night on the air, keep broadcasting. PayPal, paypal.me/the AHN Show, paypal.me/the AHN Show. Through PayPal. All of my lectures are available at our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. This is one of my latest ones here dealing with the real history of Juneteenth. There's a 3-hour presentation, Juneteenth history, Emancipation Day, but not Independence Day. We never got our 40 acres and the mule. Also deal with Dr. King's Poor People's Campaign. We're coming to get our check. And then also I have a extensive lecture I've done dealing with the history of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma also. And that's around here somewhere. That's all at AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. All right, remember at the African History Network, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world, because right now it's corrects wrong behavior. It's not over till we win. Wakanda forever. We'll talk to you next week. Peace.